Members, for the record, I'm just going to repeat that the bill on the National Health Insurance Validation Bill 2024 is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an act to amend the, or bill for an act to validate acts, decisions, or omissions taken in relation to the implementation of the National Health Insurance Scheme and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister to request on the three state.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the Senior Courts Amendment Bill 2024. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act number 27 of 2022 to provide for notices and documents required to be served in relation to appeals from inferior courts to be served by public advertisement and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. It's a very straightforward bill, Madam Speaker, which sets out really to expand the options available for service of documents. And I think the primary objective really is to reduce opportunities for avoidance of service, which delays and often frustrates the delivery of justice. So the amendment is very clear. It's section 2, 128.1. Any notice or other document required to be served or transmitted under this act relating to appeals from inferior courts may be served or transmitted electronically, by registered post, by delivering or leaving it as the last place known place of abode, by publication in a newspaper of general circulation, on the Senior Court's official website, or through a local media outlet. So, very, very clear, Madam Speaker. As I said, really to expand the options available for service and reduce opportunities for avoidance of service, which ultimately frustrates the delivery of justice. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act, Act number 27 of 2022, to provide for notices and documents required to be served in relation to appeals from inferior courts to be served by public advertisement and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. This is the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act number 28 of 2022 to retroactively extend the term of appointment of commissioners and the term of the establishment of the commission, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, just as a brief introduction, the People's Constitution Commission Act was enacted by the National Assembly in November 2022 to provide for the establishment of a People's Constitution Commission to draft and guide the process of promulgating a new constitution of Belize or amendments to the Belize Constitution. Madam Speaker, they commenced their work in November of 2022, and by the legislation, it was for an initial period of 18 months. The 18 months expired in May of 2024. At that time, the chairman of the commission, as the legislation allowed, requested an extension of 6 months, and that extension comes to an end on the 17th of November 2024. At this time, the Commission would have been established for a period of 24 months and would have been conducting its work for just under that period through its Secretariat, Commissioners, and Technical Committees. Madam Speaker, because of a legislative oversight, it was not noticed that Section 5 of the legislation did not allow for the term of the Commissioners to be extended for the same 6 months. That is why what is being requested is a retroactive request to extend the term of the Commissioners. That is in Section 5 of the Act. And then Section 9 of the Act is also being amended because that section requires or allows for only one 6-month extension. From a letter recently received from the chairman of the Commission is again requesting an extension to complete the report that goes to the Prime Minister. So these extensions or the amendments to the Act, Sections 5 and Section 9, is to allow that the extension be given for a period of 6 months. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act, Act number 28 of 2022, to retroactively extend term of appointment of commissioners and the term of the establishment of the commission and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49.1 and because of the time sensitivity of this matter, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, this is the Disaster Preparedness and Response Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act, Chapter 45 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of disaster emergency to include orders made under the Belize Agriculture Health Authority Act in relation quarantine pests and notifiable pests of potential or substantial national economic, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to make a few comments in relation to this proposed amendment on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture. For some time now, the agriculture sector, which is one of the two pillars of our economy, has been under threat from various pests and diseases. The first major industry to have been devastated by disease problems was citrus. The citrus industry, thanks to the stable and guiding hands of the PUP, began its glory days way back in 2005, when for the first time in Belize, citrus production reached 8 million boxes. And for the first time in history, citrus became Belize's #1 export earner, raking in $108 million in foreign exchange earnings in 2005. The citrus industry, Madam Speaker, continued to prosper, reaching our #1 export earner for 7 of the next 8 years, until thanks to citrus greening, which was detected in 2009, the productivity and lifespan of oranges, grapefruit, and lime trees were severely affected. Today, Belize produces just over 500,000 boxes of citrus, and export earnings have fallen to around $25 million per year. Madam Speaker, the story of the early mortality syndrome, EMS, and its effect on the shrimp industry was as drastic as greening was on citrus. However, the decline in shrimp production and exports was more rapid and steeper. Just when shrimp production reached 16 million pounds in 2014 and was heading to 30 million pounds by 2025, EMS was detected in Belize and spread rapidly to all 17 shrimp farms across the country. And thanks to EMS, shrimp production fell from 16 million pounds, earning just under $100 million in export earnings for Belize, between 1 and 2 million pounds between 2016 to 2022, barely enough to satisfy the local market. By 2025, Madam Speaker, the ship industry was poised to earn $200 million in foreign exchange from production that was projected to reach 30 million pounds in 2025. But due to the devastation caused by the EMS, this was not to be. And Madam Speaker, a new disease caused by Fusarium is currently affecting 40,000 acres of sugarcane in the north, with estimated damages to this year's crop of about $19 million. If this trend continues, our long-standing sugar industry will face more severe challenges, and the livelihoods of 5,000 plus cane farmers and their families will be severely affected. Even our strong and healthy cattle and its booming cross-border trade with Guatemala and Mexico, Madam Speaker, went up. Yeah, sorry. Let me repeat that, Madam Speaker, because I think it's very important. Even our strong and healthy cattle and its booming cross-border trade with Guatemala and Mexico is under threat from the new world screwworm that is knocking on our doors. As I said, the potential losses if trade with Guatemala and Mexico is halted would be in excess of $70 million per year. And if the above problems were not enough, our banana industry is facing the threat of the debilitating Fusarium with rice 4 disease, which is ravaging banana plantation and backyard plantains in Colombia, Peru, and Venezuela. Another 60 to 90 million in foreign exchange income from banana exports is under threat. Madam Speaker, this amendment to the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act is elevating major pests and disease outbreaks in the agriculture sector to the same level as that of a national disaster. Once an order is made by the Minister of Agriculture under Section 33 or 35 of the Belize Agricultural Health Authority Act, declaring a plant pest or animal pest as a notifiable pest or quarantine pest, then that pest or disease is also automatically declared a national disaster, and the area it's affecting is automatically declared a disaster area. With this declaration, Madam Speaker, the government of Belize will be authorized to strengthen its support from the control and eradication of the pest or disease, support emergency efforts to prevent the spread of these pests and diseases, to better coordinate national efforts across ministries and agencies using the auspices of the National Emergency Management Organization, NEMO, and to more strongly support the recovery of the agricultural sector from the major pest and disease outbreaks. Also of great significance, Madam Speaker, the agricultural sector and stakeholders affected, as well as the government of Belize, will have greater abilities to seek both donor and soft loan support to address the challenges when an industry of major economic importance is under threat from one of these quarantine pests or diseases of notifiable pests. Madam Speaker, this bill has the support of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act, Chapter 145 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of disaster emergency to include orders made under the Belize under Baja Act in relation to quarantine pests and notifiable pests of potential or substantial national economic, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House, at its rising today, adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House being satisfied of the need for Belize's obligations to complete a legally enforceable Marine Spatial Plan, MSP, and designate up to 30% of its ocean in biodiversity protection zones, approves the expansion of the protection of Belize's total ocean space and the designation of its medium biodiversity protection zones covering a total of 25% of its ocean.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied of the need for Belize's obligations to complete a legally enforceable Marine Spatial Plan, MSP, and designate up to 30% of its ocean in biodiversity protection zones, approves the expansion of the protection of Belize's total ocean space and the designation of its medium biodiversity protection zones covering a total of 25% of its ocean. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is a resolution authorizing request for affiliation to the Interparliamentary Union Motion 2024. Madam Speaker, I move, whereas the Interparliamentary Union was established in 1889 and is the international organization of the parliaments of sovereign states, and whereas the Interparliamentary Union facilitates diplomacy and empowers parliaments and parliamentarians to promote peace, democracy, and sustainable development around the world. And whereas the National Assembly of Belize subscribes to the noble values advocated by the Interparliamentary Union and to its work for the promotion of peace and security, democracy and human rights, the rule of law, and sustainable development. And whereas the National Assembly of Belize recognizes that the existence of the Interparliamentary Union as the global organization of national parliaments clearly attests to the willingness of nations to build strong ties of interparliamentary dialogue and cooperation with a view to better meeting the needs and expectations of citizens for a safer and more equitable world. And whereas the National Assembly of Belize also recognizes that interparliamentary contacts and cooperation, including on the South-South level, can in large measure help strengthen our institution and lead to stronger engagement at the regional and international levels. And whereas the National Assembly of Belize is aware of the importance of the Interparliamentary Union in terms of bringing the democratic gap in international relations and forging a parliamentary component to the work of the United Nations. And whereas the National Assembly of Belize is desirous of becoming a member of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, and whereas Article 3 of the Statutes of the Inter-Parliamentary Union provides for every parliament constituted in conformity with the laws of a sovereign nation state, whose population it represents and on whose territory it functions, to request affiliation to the Inter-Parliamentary Union. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House authorizes the Speaker of the National Assembly to, in a sovereign and formal manner, request affiliation to the Inter-Parliamentary Union and entrust the Speaker of the National Assembly to convey this resolution to the Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Madam Speaker, this is very straightforward. The IPU is the oldest parliamentary union or group, and presently you have over 170 countries that have joined. They have been lobbying, that are members, and they have been lobbying Belize for some time, asking us to become a member of this of the IPU, and believe that we can benefit greatly from being a part of this organization as a parliament. So I am, urging the support of everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For those of us on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we like to support the motion for Belize's involvement in the Inter-Parliamentarian Union. That has been long-standing in terms of its work in the region. I am hopeful, Madam Speaker, that with our involvement, we will be able to tap into the expertise and experience and best practices that will help us to strengthen our own parliamentary practices, particularly, Madam Speaker, as it relates to the work of our House committees. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Albert for their support, and the party leader of the United Democratic Party for their. Thank you for the correction, honourable member from Colette, because the other one disappeared. I don't know where he gone, but thank you very much for the support. That shows true statesmanship.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honourable members, it has been agreed that the following bills pass this day. 1. Social Security Amendment Bill 2024. 2. National Health Insurance Validation Bill 2024. 3. The People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2024. And 4. Disaster Preparedness and Response Amendment Bill 2024. As you are aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Health and Human Development Committee, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bills. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Health and Human Development Committee, Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and the Public Service Committee have concluded their business.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Health and Human Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 290/1/13, report from the Health and Human Development Committee on the Disaster Preparedness and Response Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table report number HR 291/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table reports number HR 292/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the Social Security Amendment Bill 2024, and number HR 293/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the National Health Insurance Validation Bill 2024. I thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Bills for second reading.
Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the bills for second reading today to allow Bill number 10, Marriage Amendment Bill 2024, as listed on the order paper, to be the first bill to be moved for second reading. Is it the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Thank you for the ayes, members. And good afternoon, Madam Speaker. It's been a long day, a long morning and into the afternoon. I rise, Madam Speaker, to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of marriage to 18 years, to remove provisions for consent to marriage of infants to be given by parents or guardians, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I wish this afternoon to acknowledge our youth parliamentarians outside. We may not be able to hear them, but I am asking them to please give themselves a round of applause. Madam Speaker, last year it was unprecedented, but something happened very good in this country when our young people were able to meet in the Youth Parliament in November, so it's about a year ago, and to propose and to pass their own marriage amendment bill. I would like to mention that the opposition side were even proposing that the age of marriage be raised to 21. So it was with unanimous acclaim in the Youth Parliament that the Marriage Amendment Act of the Youth Parliament was passed. What a great tribute to all of our youth parliamentarians today that we are actually doing it in this honorable House this afternoon on this 12th day of November 2024. Please, again, youth parliamentarians, and thank you for your patience, give yourselves a round of applause. I would also like, Madam Speaker, to recognize the then Leader of the Opposition, Carlos Na. Would you stand, please, Carlos? And can we acknowledge Carlos? Carlos Na. And the Orange Walk South Area Representative, Victoria Usher. I would also like, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge a fine lady. She's a very fine lady, not because she's married to somebody that I know very well, but because she has been a tireless advocate for the families, the women, the men, the children of this country. Your Excellency, Rosanna Briceño, please take a bow. Thank you. I would also like to acknowledge a lady, Madam Speaker, who has been a great friend of Belize, especially the children of Belize. And I think that I personally will shed a tear when she leaves this country shortly. And she is none other than the UNICEF representative, Miss Alison Parker. Please take a bow. Yes. The National Commission for Families and Children Chair, Madam Speaker, Miss Maria Elena Contreras, with us this afternoon, as well the Executive Director at the NCFC, Shakira Sutherland. We acknowledge, thank you, Shakira. We acknowledge, although she's not here, Chair of the Women's Commission, Tea Garcia Ramirez, and of course, I would like to make a special mention of our colleague, Honorable Elvia Vega Samos. Thank you, Honorable Elvi, for representing Belize and heading our delegation to the Child Protection Conference in Colombia recently, and for announcing there to the entire conference that we were about to pass what we will do this afternoon. And of course, I'd like to acknowledge the ladies from the Special Envoy's Office, Roana Carballo and Brittany Galvez. Madam Speaker, I hope I'm not forgetting anyone, but big kudos to everyone who has had anything to do with this bill this afternoon. I would also like to mention the names of some of the church leaders who lent strong support to this amendment, Madam Speaker. Bishop Ellsworth Clare of Methodist, Bishop Philip Wright of Anglican, Pastor Louis Wade, Belmopan, Miss Maria Zabanet, Roman Catholic, Mr. Mark Montplacer of the Salvation Army, and the Evangelical Chinese Association head, Mr. Fred Shu. Madam Speaker, I won't be long because this amendment has been much promoted, much discussed. Again, I wish to thank the Women's Commission, the NCFC, Special Envoy, and everyone who went countrywide, Madam Speaker, to consult on this piece of legislation. It is a great move in the right direction of protecting our children from child marriage and early unions. I have said before, Madam Speaker, on certain other bills, for example, the disabilities legislation, the anti-sexual harassment legislation, that these bills and these acts and laws, they're not magic bullets, Madam Speaker, but they are laws that will assist our country to signal that we are serious about the protection of all our people against discrimination, against harassment, against any form of or anything that is negative for our families and children. I repeat, as I have said many times, that the motto of our Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs is equality and inclusion. I only want to pause this afternoon, Madam Speaker, with your permission, to put on record that, speaking for myself, I believe that it is time that our country pass the Equal Opportunities legislation. I put that on record speaking for myself, not for the government or this side of the House. Madam Speaker, why are we moving to amend this legislation this afternoon? There was broad consensus across the parliamentary floor last year on the urgent need to amend our Marriage Act to increase the age to 18 across the board with no exceptions. And I believe that the well-being, protection, education of all our young people, in line with our national gender policy and the Sustainable Development Goals and Plan Belize, it is good for us to do this afternoon. Again, I mention that of special note is the support of various church leaders for this needed change and the collective resolve and strong approval displayed by the National Youth Parliament and subsequent national consultations have signaled this pivotal moment in the nation's commitment to safeguard the rights of children by freeing them from the dangers and vulnerabilities of early marriage. I believe, Madam Speaker, that although CMEU, child marriage and early unions, affect both girls and boys, the major burden, Madam Speaker, is on girls because it prematurely exposes them to health risks of early childbirth or unwanted pregnancies and related complications, and it increases their risk of contracting sexually transmitted infections, including human immunodeficiency virus, HIV. It also increases a child's vulnerability to domestic violence and as well, Madam Speaker, perpetuating the cycle of poverty. Some of the posters of the youth parliamentarians outside this afternoon, and I hope we had the opportunity to take a look and to support them. Some of the posters are excellent. Childhood is a time for dreams, not a time for marriage, and other very poignant and forceful and significant messages from the young people of our country. Madam Speaker, moving to the adulthood age for marriage is a good thing to do because marriage is a contract. I have said it before, no disrespect to any church leader whatsoever, but I have said that you're married not because you went to church, but because you signed a binding contract, which I believe only adults should be able to do. And so, I put it to this House this afternoon that ending child marriages and early unions will have a positive multiplier effect on promoting all our strategies for gender equity and equality in Belize. I believe that the strong consensus in favor of raising the legal marriage age to 18 years is a good thing, and I therefore make my contribution and invite others to do the same. Madam Speaker, it's a humble and proud moment, and once again, I would like to big up, I would like to really honor the youth parliamentarians for their leadership, their strong leadership in this regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, those of us on this side of the House would certainly like to join our hearts and minds and support with our colleagues on the other side of the House for this marriage amendment bill. We wish to acknowledge the presence of the Special Envoy, Her Excellency Rosanna Briceño, representatives from UNICEF, Ms. Alison Parker in particular, members of the NCFC, and most importantly, if I may, the members of our National Youth Parliament, both the parliamentarians who are here and the ones that are sitting downstairs. As I listened to your presentation, my colleague from Belize Rural Central, it seemed that you borrowed exactly from my notes. It is a very monumental day. It is a very important day. Although for many, many years we have been very sensitive to the cultural nuances of our indigenous people where it comes to early unions and child marriages, the time has indeed come that we allow our young people time to grow and to develop and to be nurtured into productive citizens for Belize. Child marriages and early unions negatively influence our children's right to higher education, to health, access to health, to social protection, economic empowerment. In many cases, child marriages and early unions lead to exploitation of young women in particular, as it relates to domestic violence, sexual abuse, economic hardships, gender inequality. And I think that November 12th of this year is a step in the right direction. We will now hopefully see more and more of our young women and young men seek the things that are important to them in their own adult development. It goes without saying then, Madam Speaker, that we on this side support the Marriage Amendment Bill, and we look forward to the impact it will have in our Belizean society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Corozal Bay.
Madam Speaker, members of the House, fellow Belizeans, I stand before you today not only as a representative of my constituents, but also as a protector of the rights of Belizean children. It is my profound honor to express my full support for the critical amendment to raise the legal age of marriage from 16 to 18 years. This, Madam Speaker, is a vital step in securing a better future for our young people, especially our girls, who are disproportionately affected by child marriage and early unions. As we deliberate on this issue, let us be reminded of the urgency behind this reform. The data speaks volumes. According to the Hemispheric Report on Child, Early and Forced Marriage and Unions 2021, concerning the prevalence of child marriage and early unions, 33% of women aged 20 to 24 were married or in a union before 18 years. This ranks the country fourth in the LAC region and first in the Caribbean sub-region. The 2015 Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey, 1 in 5 girls aged 15 to 19 in Belize is married or in a union. Madam Speaker, these are not just numbers. They represent real lives, girls with dreams cut short when forced into adult responsibilities far too early. We know that child marriage denies young girls their rights to education, exposes them to health risks, and traps them in cycles of poverty. The roadmap to end child marriage and early unions in Belize, developed with the partnership of UNFPA, UNICEF, and our National Commission for Families and Children, NCFC, outlines key strategies to combat this issue. It highlights the drivers of child marriage, including poverty, violence, and lack of educational opportunities, and sets a clear path forward. The roadmap emphasizes that ending child marriage is not only a moral obligation, but also a key element in achieving gender equality and sustainable development in Belize. Madam Speaker, let us not forget that Belize has committed to international conventions, such as the Conventions on the Rights of the Child and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which call for the protection of children from exploitation and harmful practices like early marriage. By raising the legal age of marriage, we are fulfilling these commitments and sending a strong message that we prioritize the well-being of our children over outdated customs and practices. Madam Speaker, I want to draw particular attention to the girls of Corozal District and Corozal Town, where the challenges of early childbearing and early unions are deeply intertwined. Data from the Child Marriage and Early Union Data Profile for Belize shows that 21.1% of girls aged 15 to 19 are currently married or in early unions, and 11.1% of women in this age group have already had a live birth, with 5.7% currently pregnant with their first child. In total, Madam Speaker, 16.8% of young women in Corozal have begun childbearing, a figure higher than the national average. These statistics are not just numbers. They reflect the harsh reality for too many young girls in our community who face barriers to education, economic opportunities, and overall well-being. Early marriage in Corozal often stems from poverty and cultural norms that force girls to abandon their education and limit their employment prospects. Many are married off with the hope of improving their financial stability, but instead they become trapped in cycles of poverty, gender-based violence, and limited opportunity. By raising the legal age of marriage to 18, we can help reduce early unions, giving girls the chance to stay in school, pursue their dreams, and break free from these harmful patterns. This policy change will protect their rights and improve their health and educational outcomes, contributing to Corozal's economic and social development. Empowering these young women will allow them to become active, productive members of our society, benefiting the entire community. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, early marriage is deeply rooted in gender inequality, with girls bearing the brunt of this harmful practice. Many are forced into unions that prematurely expose them to early pregnancy and the dangers associated with it, such as high maternal and infant mortality rates. By raising the marriage age, we are ensuring that these young girls have the chance to complete their education, make informed decisions, and lead healthy, empowered lives. Madam Speaker, I would also like to highlight the powerful advocacy efforts led by our young people through the National Children's Parliament. Last year, during the National Children's Parliament, these brave young leaders made a resounding call to raise the age of consent for marriage from 16 to 18. This call has since sparked consultations and is a driving force behind the legislative changes we are discussing today. The National Children's Parliament provides a crucial platform for young voices to be heard and acted upon. This platform is not just symbolic, but a meaningful space for children to participate in shaping their future. Engaging young people to advocate for issues that directly affect them demonstrates the true power of meaningful participation. These children are not only speaking out, but they're also shaping policies that will impact generations to come. Their advocacy reflects their desire for a better, safer future, where they have the time and opportunities to pursue education and personal development, free from the pressure of early marriage and motherhood. As we bring this change into legislation, we honor their voices and show our commitment to creating a Belize where children are truly valued and protected. This legislation is more than just a change in law, Madam Speaker. It is a statement that Belize values its adolescents and youth. It aligns with Sustainable Development Goal 5.3, which calls for eliminating harmful practices like child marriage, and with Belize's Adolescent Health National Strategic Plan 2019-2030 goals. The plan emphasizes the need for multi-sectoral collaboration to protect and promote the health and well-being of adolescents, recognizing that education, health services, and legal frameworks must work together to reduce risky behaviors and foster positive development. By raising the legal age of marriage to 18, we are taking a concrete step toward reducing adolescent pregnancies, supporting girls in completing their education, and providing a safer, healthier environment for them to grow and thrive. Madam Speaker, this legislation will help ensure that our adolescents are protected from early marriage and empowered to make informed decisions about their futures, contributing to the well-being of their communities and our nation as a whole. We cannot afford to allow this harmful practice to persist, as it hinders the progress of our children and our country's overall development. I urge this House to support the amendment wholeheartedly. Let us protect our children. Let us raise the legal age of marriage to 18 and take one step closer to ending the cycle of child marriage and early unions. The future of Belize depends on the strength, education, and empowerment of its youth. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Collett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to join those who have recognized Her Excellency Rossana Briceño, Special Envoy for Families and Children. Allow me as well to join in the welcome of our UNICEF representative, Ms. Parker, and the officials from NCFC and, CEO Katsim Sanchez, and our youth parliamentarians. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity over the years to meet with the youth parliamentarians before the parliament sessions or the mock parliamentary sessions that they have. And I will tell you that in my experience over the years, our young people are spectacular. They have great ideas. And I salute them this afternoon for bringing into fruition. This is, I believe, probably the first time where we have actually taken something from what they've used in their mock session to really bring it to life. And it shows that, in fact, our young people have that potential to give us guidance. So I salute them, and I hope that this is, well, I had the opportunity to speak to Mrs. Contreras, and I don't think it was the same two young parliamentarians that came to the last session, different ones, but I had the chance to chat with them in one of the breaks in the past meeting, and I learned from Mrs. Contreras, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's not going to be a mock parliament or a youth parliament this time around, but that you're doing something with the judiciary instead? Correct. So that is, in fact, another area where I feel the input of our young people and the minds, the contributions of others who aren't regularly in that circle could make a big difference. And so I hope the kind of impact that our youth parliamentarians have been having or will have in the passing of this legislation today will have a similar type effect on the judiciary, however it is you propose to engage in that area. But I hope as well that your participation in the legislative process does not stop. And if there could be some way that we can have our young children or young people, because they're not children all the time. There are some that are young and there are some that are young adults, and it's important if you go and you call a young person, I learned that quickly as a high school teacher, you call young adolescents, right? You call them children, that's an offense. But if we allow them to participate, there can be great strides. And I will tell you, young people, you said the leader of the opposition and Orange Walk South, right? It's not necessarily far-fetched. You're not necessarily far away from becoming an actual parliamentarian if you desire to do so. In fact, the legislation says that you only have to be 18 years old and have sound mind. I think we miss the sound mind part sometimes. But you can. Nobody should tell you that you're not mature enough. And in fact, there have been other victories in Parliament. I remember when I was elected at 23, 24, so it's not far-fetched. There was legislation in place to say that the President of the Senate had to be 30 years old. That kind of thing, you know. I think we had made amendments to the Constitution to change that. I think it's now at 24 or something like that. But we need to ensure that the opportunities exist for our young people to participate. And being young does not mean that you're fickle, does not mean that you're indecisive, does not mean that you cannot contribute to the decision making in this country. And it is not limited at all to legislation. There are other areas you can participate. But before you accuse me, Madam Speaker, of straying away from the topic, I think young people's participation is important, and I'm glad that you gave me some room to make that point. But we're here to talk about marriage and early unions. So the bill was introduced last House meeting, and I had the opportunity to go down south, and I met with a cross-section of Toledo. Where is my buddy from Toledo? Toledo West. Not Toledo West. I was in Toledo West with a cross-section of gentlemen from the... That's my buddy, man. A cross-section of gentlemen from Toledo West. So they were from different villages. And I said to them, but tell me honest view, how do you feel about this legislation that will come back to the House in a few weeks' time? How do you feel about it? And the overwhelming response from those gentlemen is that we will adjust, have adjusted in fact. We have adjusted to it, and we believe that the legislation is good and is the way it ought to be, and we will change, have changed, in fact, was what they said, our cultural practices. Now, from the words of my colleague from Corozal Bay, it seems that we still have a very long way to go in various parts of the country, if not all parts of the country. But I was very encouraged by the response that I got from those men who I spoke to, and it reminded me of the strides that shocked me again when I was Minister of Education some years ago, and we put in place the $300 subsidy, Madam Speaker, and we saw where the number of female students in Toledo especially who used the subsidy to go to high school was tremendous. It was a tremendous jump. I would have thought at that time that there was some barrier, that there was going to be some problem in terms of getting our females to go to high school, because it was a cultural problem. That was what people said. But the number of female students who attended with that assistance, they just needed an opportunity. It shot up, and I was impressed by that, very much the same way that I was impressed by the answer that those gentlemen gave. So, they say sometimes the man and the time coincides, and no ill intent of the word man. No gender bias, thank you. But it is an opportune time. I think it is ripe. I think everybody understands that we must go in this direction. And so, Madam Speaker, I am elated this afternoon to join my voice to that of the member from Belize Rural Central and the entire government side, and my leader, who has made it very clear, the member for Albert, who has made it very clear that those of us who are on this side of the House clearly support this change to the Marriage Act, and we give it our full support. And whenever it is that the legislation, especially if it comes from our young people, is progressive and is helping in terms of our families and children, you can always count on us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Stan Creek, and then I will come to you, member for Orange Walk East.
Madam Speaker, as a minister responsible for youth in the country, I also join in supporting the Ministry of Human Development, UNICEF, Mrs. Bresenio, especially the young parliamentarians, for thinking outside the box. Even though the age of consent still remains at 16, they will decide now if they want to make a change and change the future. Because they are the leaders of today, they will also be the leaders of tomorrow. And maybe 50, 60 years ago, it was not important for women in particular to get an education. But the whole tide has turned. Everybody wants a quality of life. And by achieving that objective, I believe you can make life better for yourself and your family. So from this, as the Minister of Youth, Sport and Transport, I support the initiative to amend the Marriage Act.
Recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to, of course, as well, join my colleagues in this honorable House to celebrate this very important moment. Madam Speaker, this is a commitment to the health and wellness of our young citizens. This proposed amendment to the Marriage Act, which seeks to raise the legal age of marriage to 18, is definitely a crucial step in safeguarding the rights and future of our youth. This amendment, Madam Speaker, is not merely a legal adjustment, but it is a profound affirmation of our dedication to the well-being of our children. I want to also take the opportunity to congratulate the members of the Youth Parliament and our young people who together was able to make this possible. And of course, I acknowledge our Special Envoy, Mrs. Bresenio, the representative from UNICEF who is here, who I know is always championing these type of activities. Madam Speaker, by setting the age of marriage to at 18, we are aligning our laws with international human rights standards and reinforcing our commitment to ensuring that our young people are physically, emotionally, and socially prepared for the responsibilities of marriage. I end by saying, Madam Speaker, that I support this amendment because it is an investment in the health, education, and empowerment of our future generations. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. And, I think there's general consensus in both sides of the House that this is a bill in the right direction, a move in the right direction to ensure that we can protect our young girls, our young ladies, to be able to remove them away from that issue of these forced marriages that have been take place all over the country. But by passing this law, this in itself is not enough. That we have to do more to create more opportunities for young ladies or young women. For many years, whenever I meet young girls of 10 and 12 and 14, and I'm always teasing them that don't get married right now. I said, take your time, get an education, because once you have an education, then you have a sense of independence that you do not have to depend on a man to be able to provide for yourself or for your children. So 18 years old is a step in the right direction, that they will be at an age of they can be more mature in their decision making, but also their body will be in more mature to be able to handle the rigors of motherhood should they start right after they get married. So I have to congratulate the honorable member from Human Development. I was going to call her by name, but then I was going to be chastised. But her, and also the honorable member from Corozal Bay, and of course the special envoy. Well, I could call her by name, Rosana Briceño, Mrs. Briceño, you know, and all the ladies that are here, the young ladies, and Miss Usher is from Orange Walk Central, by the way. So yes, she is, and I know her father very well, and her grandfather when he was alive, the famous Chile. So, you know him. We need to be able to do more for women. We have been doing quite a lot through the MSMEs program that we've been working with, especially for women and young women, in teaching them about business, entrepreneurs, making funds available through the DFC to be able to open their small businesses. All of these connected can make or can create more opportunities for our women, and that they can be even better prepared to provide for their families. Nowadays, most families need two incomes to be able to provide well for their families and their children. And so ensuring that our young women can go at least to the age of 18, by then they're already finished at least sixth form, probably going on to college, then it gives them an opportunity to make more informed decisions about getting married. Whilst 18 years might be legal, they might say, hold on, I'm not ready yet, I still need to finish school, because they are more developed and they're more mature in their decision making. I congratulate all these women, and of course here, and I think I need to also recognize the work that was done by the former Prime Minister Musa when we were in the previous government between 98 and 2003, when the minister was then the minister and made a lot of legislative changes, especially for women and families. And then was the first move when we started increasing the legal age for marriage. And I remember having a long discussion and about it. And probably were not as enlightened back then, because I remember, Minister, you were advocating for it to be go even higher than, I think it was 16, that we moved it, and you were moving for 18 from way back then. And some of us, I don't want to name names, were saying that, well, we need to keep that 16 because of cultural traditions and all of that. But that has changed. And the honorable member from Colette has just confirmed that, because when he was in Toledo West, when he was talking to these men, they themselves are also saying, that is something that should have been done a long time ago. Please allow me to say, Dolores, congratulations, man. You've been working for this for so many years, and you have never give up. You never gave up on that quest, and continue the great work. Madam Speaker, I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you.
I recognize the Minister.
Madam Speaker, one omission I made, and I apologize, Adele. One omission I made, Madam Speaker. Of course, our CEO, Adele Katsim, I think I got excited, and sorry about that, Adele. Madam Speaker, there's no more to say, but I thank everyone, and I move the second reading.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of marriage to 18 years, to remove provisions for consent to marriage of infants to be given by parents or guardians, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of marriage to 18 years, to remove provisions for consent to marriage of infants to be given by parents or guardians, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2024 and the Securities Industry Amendment Bill 2024 be read together. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act number 8 of 2023 to provide for the chairperson.
PM, 1 second. I just want to make sure we can proceed with that, but on my notes, I have the Government of Belize and Social Security Board settlement deed. Revert to that? Okay.
Madam Speaker, I took 2 pages when I was probably trying to finish up a little bit earlier. But yes, Madam Speaker, please forgive me. So I said I move for the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act number 8 of 2023 to provide for the chairperson of the appeal panel to be the Chief Justice, a Justice of the High Court, or an attorney of that law with the qualifications of a judge of the High Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Securities Industry Act, Act number 46 of 2021, to provide for appeals of decisions of the Commission to be made to the appeal panel under the Financial Services Commission Act, and to provide for matter connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, when I made my introduction, I made a complete explanation on both bills, so I would wait to see if anybody have any questions or concerns that I could answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You move?
Madam Speaker, so it can be on record, those of us on this side of the House support the amendments. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that support. Madam Speaker, I move the debate.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act number 8 of 2023, to provide for the chairperson of the appeal panel to be the Chief Justice, a judge of the High Court, or attorney at law with the qualifications of a judge of the High Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Securities Industry Act number 46 of 2021 to provide for appeals of decisions of the Commission to be made to the appeal panel under the Financial Services Commission Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The Government of Belize and Social Security Board Settlement Deed Bill. The bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, and the bill for an act to amend the Securities Industry Act.
We will now move on to the Government of Belize and Social Security Board Settlement Deed Bill 2024. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes. Madam Speaker, this is the Government of Belize and Social Security Board Settlement Deed Bill 2024. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of deed of settlement between the Government of Belize and the Social Security Board to settle and to set off certain debt obligations as between them that remain outstanding subsequent to Government of Belize's 2009 and 2011 compulsory acquisition and reacquisition Sunshine Holdings Limited, as well as the shares owned by Sunshine Holdings Limited in Belize Telecommunications Limited for the BTL Employees Trust, and to provide for matters connected herewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, I give a lengthy explanation as to why is it that we have to bring it, but it basically the previous government, when they did the settlement, they did not collect the money to pay off Social Security. They went to court, and the court said, well, you've already paid the monies to the wrong people. And so the then Prime Minister sent a letter to Social Security saying, don't worry about it, we are going to pay and continue to pay, accrue an interest of 8.5%. And now that we have to settle this, that letter was really illegal, sorry? Oh, they paid to the Ashcroft Alliance? Yes, they overpaid. And so that letter that was sent was illegal because any monies over $5 million has to come to the House to be for approval. And so we could have said that we're not going to honor it, but we have to protect the people's money, the Social Security or workers' money. And so we're coming to the House to legalize that. That bill, in effect, comes up to basically we round it off to $30 million. So today, because the previous Prime Minister did not do his homework and properly check the settlement that he signed in Miami, it is costing the Belizean people another $30 million that we could have been using for so many other needs for our people. And I urge the support of everyone in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for College.
Madam Speaker, I wish that the day could continue in the manner in which it has been going. We have done some wonderful collaborative work, passed some good legislation, but I'm sorry, and I want people to understand that it's not the words of the Prime Minister just now so much. It was his words when he introduced the bill at the last House meeting. Madam Speaker, there are two issues that are huge that come to my mind every time, and that keeps coming up in this House. I listened this morning as they spoke about the super bond, or the super bond debt, and the Prime Minister in his presentation to commemorate the 4th anniversary of his administration spoke about that super bond. You would think that the super bond get created by the UDP administration the way how he spoke. You would believe, Madam Speaker, likewise, that when they talk about BTL, that it is the UDP that created the issues with BTL. The Prime Minister, in the introduction of this bill, went to great pains, the last House meeting, he touched on it just now a little bit, to paint the picture that it was the negligence of the former Prime Minister that caused us to be in this problem. He went on to talk about all the millions of dollars that had to be paid to settle the debt because of the acquisition of BTL. Well, I hate to do it, but because of his continuous, Madam Speaker, continuous position of trying to hoodwink the Belizean people. I noticed that when it's convenient for them, they go back to 2000, and whenever they were first in administration, 1998 to 2008, they go back when it's convenient. Just now, the Prime Minister went back to my friend from Belize Rural Central's prior iteration as a minister to salute her. Well, let's go back. Let's go back to the whole BTL saga. And let us see who is really, Madam Speaker, responsible and who has been negligent when it comes to these monies that are owed. Back in 1989, Madam Speaker, when BTL was BTA, the way back, because you have to understand the whole play. I was about 10, 12? 12. Not the point. The government at the time under Sir Manuel Esquivel decided, Madam Speaker, that yes, we are going to, for the first time, get foreign investment into our telecommunication industry in this country. And so it put together legislation to for the first time, privatize the telecommunication industry. It became BTL. But you know what Mr. Esquivel did, Madam Speaker? The former Prime Minister, Sir Manuel Esquivel, did? He, Madam Speaker, ensured that there was a thing called the golden share that would allow the government to always have control, ultimately, of certain things in BTL, so that it would not fall outside of the control of the government, because telecommunication is important. The government must have control. And it was the PUP administration, Madam Speaker. It was the PUP when they came into power in 2003. It was the People's United Party who decided, you know what, we are going to sell the controlling shares in BTL, and we're going to put it in private hands. They did away with that golden share, and you sold the company to Michael Ashcroft. Now, my position is not to beat up on Mr. Ashcroft today. Yeah? Because they say in this world, if you find a fool, you deal with him. If you find a fool, you deal with him. And it seems very much that Mr. Ashcroft found in the People's United Party a fool, and he dealt with you. So the controlling share was sold, the golden share I mean, and you sold off everything. You gave Mr. Ashcroft everything. Later on, you decided that it would not be good. You didn't want that, so you went back and you took the company back in government control with a promise to pay. You remember that? You remember the man called Jeffrey Prosser and ICC? Jeffrey Prosser promised the then Prime Minister that he would pay for BTL. And guess what? Mr. Prosser was broke. So Mr. Prosser left you hanging, and the government then had BTL in its hands. Correct? You were there, Prime Minister. You were an integral part of the administration then. So was my friend from Freetown. The others who might be younger, maybe you don't know the history. And so maybe, and of course, my friend from Lekai was present as well. BTL was left in the hands of the government now, like a Huyo egg. Because we never know what to do with telecommunications. Then you needed foreign investment. You kick out Mr. Ashcroft from Mr. Prosser, and Mr. Prosser no really have no money, pay with a promissory note and can't deliver. So the following year now, your Prime Minister then, Musa, had to do something, and what he did was the major crime against Belize. That was when Mr. Ashcroft met the fool and dealt with him. Because in order for Ashcroft to take the company back, you had to sweeten the pot many, many times over, and that is how we get to the secret accommodation agreement that was signed. That is how we also got, Madam Speaker, to Sunshine Holdings, a company that was brought up under the guise of it being for the workers of BTL, when in fact it was not the case. What was Sunshine Holdings? It was, Madam Speaker, an opportunity for the Prime Minister at the time to sweeten the pot to get Michael Ashcroft to take back BTL. And we need to go in detail. I will go in detail this afternoon to tell you what the secret accommodation agreement was about, so that you remember who is responsible for the issues that we have had, why we had to acquire BTL back, why we had to spend those millions of dollars which you now lament on. But before we go there, in fact, they agreed, Ashcroft agreed, and his companies agreed that they would buy back shares. But remember now, the government is so desperate to get rid of BTL, they want to get rid of it so bad that they reduce the price of the shares. So what you had bought it from Ashcroft for, you are now selling at a very discounted rate back to Ashcroft. Ashcroft says to you, that's the only way I'll take it back, at a very reduced rate. And then, again, he meets the fool and he deals with him. He tells your government, he tells Prime Minister Musa that I want another 20% of the company, which will come through Sunshine Holdings. And guess who will pay for those shares? Do you think it's Mr. Ashcroft, Madam Speaker? No way. Guess who will pay for that 20% of the shares for BTL that Ashcroft will control to help him help you take back the company that is now a problem on your hands? Guess who? The Belizean people. Your administration, sir, the one that you were Deputy Prime Minister for, the one that my friend from Freetown was the Attorney General for, agreed to buy 20% of the shares for Sunshine Holdings, paying with government money and a loan from Social Security. That is the shame in all of this. Ashcroft will control his 20%. He buy another 15%. When you added it all up, he would have controlling shares of BTL. But the shares that he bought back were reduced, so we lost money then. But you all don't talk about that. You expect people to forget it. You caused a major loss in your administration at that time when you had to sweeten the pot for Ashcroft to buy back those shares. But you also caused major damage again financially to the company and to Belize when your government said, we will buy back, along with a loan from Social Security, shares to be placed in Sunshine Holdings. That is the origin of that loan, Mr. Prime Minister, from Social Security. I'm good. The other part of the plot, oh my goodness, was the sweet clandestine accommodation agreement. What did the accommodation agreement do, in case people are forgetting? All of you on that side, the way how you all raised the BTL matter and blamed the Inbaro and the UDP for the price that they had to pay to compensate after the acquisition. Let's look at what would have been the alternative had the Prime Minister, the UDP Prime Minister, not acquired BTL in the manner in which it happened. Let's look at what the price would have been, because your administration, the PUP administration, gave away BTL hook, line, and sinker through that clandestine, and I say clandestine because it was signed, and in fact the people who are in the cabinet, including my friend from Leka, will tell you that he knew nothing, maybe even the Prime Minister will tell you that he knew nothing back then about the secret accommodation agreement that was signed with Lord Ashcroft. The first thing, and this accommodation agreement surfaced, of course, when the UDP became the government in 2009. It was the first time that the UDP learned that there was a secret accommodation agreement, and the first thing that jumped out was that in this agreement, the government, Mr. Ashcroft and his companies was promised at least a 15% rate of return on the investment that he made. And the accommodation agreement said that if he did not make the 15% through business, that the government would guarantee him this money. That's the truth, that's the fact. Now imagine if that agreement would have been allowed to stay. This was one of the reasons why the Prime Minister at the time, the UDP Prime Minister, had no choice but to say, this is raping the Belizean people. This accommodation agreement, this devaluing of the shares that you sold to Ashcroft, this you allowing Sunshine to have to go to the government of Belize coffers and go to Social Security to get a loan so that this man could control 20% more of the shares in BTL. That is on you. That is on you. Imagine what would have happened if now that company decided under the accommodation agreement to declare themselves never making the 15% that it needed or that it was guaranteed. The government, sir, would have to come up every time. Even up to now, the government would have to be coming up with money to meet the 15%, and if he did not make it through the business way of the company. The other thing the accommodation agreement did, by the way, it exempted the company from taxes and duty exemptions. Now imagine, and this happened in a secret, you know. It happened behind closed doors. Only a few. In fact, when they interviewed the members of the cabinet, we learned that only probably 2 of the members of the cabinet knew what was going on. And remember the time here now, it was the time when the whole ship was about to sink. Another thing that the secret accommodation agreement allowed for is a thing called sovereign immunity waiver. The same thing, and what that is, that basically said that our government, the same PUP Prime Minister Musa, signed off our right to go to court in our Belize jurisdiction to deal with any matter that BTL had. So in other words, you can't go to the Supreme Agreement again. Of the People's United Party administration said to him, no worry, we will give up any chance we have in the courts here. You take it anywhere you want to go for arbitration. That was the secret accommodation deal. That was why we end up in so much expensive litigation all over the world. And that was why we were ordered to pay such huge amounts in terms of the compensation, because of a secret accommodation agreement that your PUP government signed. And yes, the company was acquired. So the other thing I want to follow along and knock on the head and forget most of the times, the company was acquired because the Prime Minister really had no choice. No choice. You left the Prime Minister, the UDP Prime Minister, with no choice. And I need to nail that point home, Madam Speaker, because every chance they get on that side, they get up and they pontificate about the millions. What is it? 360 million or 380 million dollars, whatever it was. I don't know how to get there. Whatever it was, the reason why those payments had to be made was because you put the government, you put the country in a position that it could not do anything different. All the lawsuits never happened because I don't know. Yes, the position that the government was in at the time when they found out, and you know well that the nonsense in the middle, because why was the agreement signed in secrecy? Why would you do all of that? Yes, the acquisition happened, and you have to compensate for the acquisition. You could say you could meet wherever you want. I'm not here to discuss where the compensation agreement, the settlement deed agreement was signed, all of that. I'm not interested in that. You see, you people, I shouldn't say I'm not interested, but it is not a primary focus here. What is of primary focus is that we would not have been in problems with Mr. Ashcroft. We would not have been going to court all over the world if you had done the honorable thing, if your Prime Minister at the time did not enter into all kind of secret deals, if you had not tried to create a pension plan for the boys with Jeffrey Prosser, who you found out was broke later on, and you were left holding the bag. None of that would have happened. Yeah, you know, that ballet, I mean, another story. I don't know how they got all kind of royal titles and all kind of things for him in the Caribbean. You know, Belize him a crook. Should that ram fall? Because he is the one who, you're right, set up Musa, Prime Minister Musa, to engage with Jeffrey Prosser knowing fully well that he was broke. Then he was chancellor of the university. I don't know.
Member,
Sorry.
we're on the government of Belize and Social Security.
But yes, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister reminded me just that Ramphal set me up figure with Jeffrey Prosser. All of this is important. I don't make it any better, except that he can't do the kind of harm that he did. Sorry, Madam Speaker. But going back to my friend from Fort George's question about the acquisition, so the acquisition happened, and there was an initial amount that was paid, and an amount left outstanding that they had to take us to court for, and you're right, the Prime Minister said for a long while that we would not pay. And we knew fully well that the debt was being racked up, but why was it possible for that to even happen? Because again, we chose through that accommodation agreement, through the PUP administration, to give up our rights to go to courts that would understand our dilemma, our problems, that would be, help us to work out our problem, because this is our region, which is why it's not limited to just the local courts here. We also have the CCJ, a regional court, being our final appellate court. But we agree, no, because we're so desperate to make Ashcroft take this off our hands. No, but it reflects on all the people and government of Belize. But anyway, there was the outstanding amount. And you're saying now, which is where we come to Sunshine, you're saying, oh, the agreement to settle was done, the millions of dollars were paid, and now they never pay Sunshine. So we know, as the administration, after the whole hullabaloo the Prime Minister did, the last House meeting blaming the UDP, now they never pay Sunshine. So what we have to do now is to work out something with Social Security Board. But you forget one thing. You forget that the acquisition, and this is a convenient thing that you do every time. You forget that BTL is one of, if not the most profitable company that exists in this country. Well, I'll have to qualify that, Madam Speaker. Maybe it isn't anymore giving the fleecing of BTL and the misdirection of business from BTL to the Briceño friendly, smart. And not start me on that topic today. I've dealt with that in this Honorable House already, where ministries of government, instead of using BTL, the government-owned telephone company, business is directed outside to a competitor. Nonsense. And the Prime Minister talks about competition. Oh, we have to respect competition. If you got your own company where you could help, why is it that you're going to pay another company because you're also helping in another way? Sorry, but I'm on the same topic, Madam Speaker. BTL is the most profitable company, I would imagine, in this country, at least that we can see clearly without going through all of the private offshore accounts of companies that may be operating here that we don't know their worth. So that, Madam Speaker, when the government acquired BTL, it started receiving right away dividends. If we look at the dividends that have been paid to the government for all the shares that it owned, including the Sunshine shares, it's tens of millions of dollars over the years. I'd want them, if I had enough time, to go through all the financials from BTL from since the acquisition to now. I am willing to bet you that BTL is probably more than paid for what the compensation package was. Yeah? And certainly, the 20% shares that were put in the name of the BTL employees. When the government acquired those, you never made a sit down by hand. Those shares earned the government money. So when you come, Prime Minister, and you now present something to this Honorable House, like, man, that wasn't taken care of, but your government, as well as the last administration, from since the acquisition, have been collecting dividends on the Sunshine Holding shares. Is it not the case? Can you tell this honorable House, sir, since you doubt what I say, or since you scoffed, you laughed at what I had to say just now, can you tell us what has been the return in terms of the dividend payments to the government of Belize for those shares, the 20% shares that were acquired for Sunshine Holdings? Can you give us a dollar figure when you stand up, sir? Well, that's why I'm asking you. I'm asking you, you are the Minister of Finance, that you know how much dividends we get. That you, in the budget presentation every year, have to tell how much we get from BTL. We've seen where those figures are cooked, so it may well be that they're not accurate. But you are also the person responsible for the management of BTL. And notice we don't hear nothing more from Bacon. He made a lot of mouth and talk a whole lot of things. Now we don't hear nothing from him. Completely engulfed Lizarraga. Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Please,
He's a former senator. Let me be kind.
Yes.
Senator Bacon. Oh, sorry, Senator Lizarraga.
Member.
I apologize.
Let's try practice a bit more decorum, shall
Senator
we?
Lizarraga. He had a lot to say in a motor gun. And since he turned big man a BTL, none for say shut right up. All the fleecing that is happening there, you know, say nothing. Talk about corruption. Anyway, I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that dividends have been collected over the years for those shares that Sunshine Holdings have, or that they own, that the government paid for or acquired, sorry, you know, not pay for it yet, they acquired it. So tell us, be honest, be transparent, be accountable. When it is now you're talking about settling the debt with Social Security, not behave like no money no exists to settle this debt. Because for all the years that we have held these shares by the government, dividends have been paid, sir. Tell us what those dividends are and let us know how much of the debt that we have to Social Security and also the government of Belize. Because the shares, the 20% that were acquired, came from two sources. The government of Belize, and although I'm not sure if it was a loan or if it was some kind of grant, if it was a grant, then we need to know as well. And maybe it was put out at that time to the public. I don't know. But what I do know is that you collect those dividends annually from BTL for those shares that we acquired. So tell us how much of that we have in hand. Maybe you should have created a sinking fund. And I know you want the former Prime Minister too. If we are sending a letter and say the government will pay later on, it's not because we don't know where the money should come from. The money will come from the same dividends from those shares. Don't behave like there was not a plan. It is disingenuous. Don't make it appear that the UDP at the time didn't have a plan, and just like you just said that. The Prime Minister just sent one letter that was illegal. I'm not arguing that point. I am telling you, I'm telling you that monies were there and should be there. It would be nice, sir, if you want to be accountable. It would be nice if you want to be transparent for you to investigate. If you don't know, you could come back and tell when you talk to the nation again, you give them an interview and tell them the Sunshine Trust shares paid so much dividends over the time that it has been in the ownership of the government of Belize. This is the value, and in fact, that is the money that you're going to use to pay off the Social Security Board. And if it is the case that they owe the government to offset whatever the government had contributed to acquiring the Sunshine shares at the time. Let's not be disingenuous, man. I close, Madam Speaker, by saying the reason I went through all of this is to, you know, there are some younger colleagues on that side, but there are some who were right here, present, sitting down, and who were a part of all of these bad decisions. You are quick to try to blame the UDP and go back halfway through the story, but you don't go back to the whole story. You don't go back to all where the corruption started. I go back again to the super bond, the two big albatross that will saddle this country with. The BTL debt is one of them, and the second one is the super bond debt. And then you behave like you didn't do anything. Oh man, you didn't do anything. And it is the UDP's mismanagement that has us in the problem that we are in now. Please, please. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that some of my questions will be answered by the Prime Minister. I really would want to know what those dividends paid over the years so that we can know, in fact, how much of what the company actually earned is going back to pay for those shares. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be brief with my response to the member from Collett, because I believe that the member from Collett, well, he took us down took the House down a memory lane, tried to go all the way back to 1989. But the fact of the matter is he failed to address two main points, and he refuses to accept these two main points. Number one, it was a hotel room compensation discussion. He refuses to accept that the former Prime Minister, Barrow, met with Ashcroft and his legal team. Some say he was there, meaning Prime Minister Barrow was there with his law partner, met with Ashcroft and his legal team in a hotel room. Now, even the UDP evaluators valued BTL, the company, at less than $200 million. Yet for some reason, in this hotel room compensation discussion, the valuation of BTL, or the compensation package for BTL, went from under $200 million to over $500 million. Why is that? Why did we overpay more than 100% for BTL? What happened in that hotel room for this type of compensation to be agreed to? The second point, Madam Speaker, that the member from Collett refuses to acknowledge or to address is the fact that in that compensation agreement, the payment of the loan for the Sunshine shares was included. So in that $570 million in which was paid out to the Ashcroft Group by the government of Belize, or by the people of Belize, because of this hotel room discussion, that loan should have been paid. This loan that today is being settled should have been paid. Why wasn't that loan paid? Did you know about it in Cabinet? You talk about Cabinet. Why wasn't that loan paid? Madam Speaker, the member said that there was a plan, that they were not going to pay this loan. Yet why was an undertaking given by the government of Belize, by the Prime Minister, to pay this loan, or to include this loan in the compensation for BTL? And this was done in August of 2014. It was not paid. That is the question that remains, Madam Speaker. This money should have been included in the $570 million that was paid to Ashcroft. Where did the money go? Where did the money go? Remember, an election was called 1 month. An election was called 1 month after this hotel room negotiation, Madam Speaker. Was that campaign finance for the UDP at the time? Where did that money go? And now we're here today because of, I don't know if it was bad accounting, bad negotiating, just not realizing that these monies were not paid. Madam Speaker, the loan balance as of June 2024 was over $30 million, taking the full hotel compensation package to over $600 million for a company that the UDP government valued at under $200 million. Imagine that. You overpaid by more than $400 million for this company. Madam Speaker, the member from Collett spoke about dividends. Well, have you heard about declaring dividends but not paying it? Because that's exactly what happened. Dividends were declared to the tune of $22 million, what were never paid. These dividends were never paid. Right? You tell us. You tell us why those dividends were not paid. Explain to the Belizean public why the dividends for these shares were never paid. This was under your administration, member from Khalid. That dividends is still owed, you know. That dividends is still owed to the shareholders. So it has been paid now. It has been paid now. So the final point, Madam Speaker, because the member asked how will this compensation be paid or this settlement be paid? Remember, it's a set-off, so the total payment is now $14 million, and it will be paid in the form of 2 treasury notes. One a 5-year note for $4 million, and the second a 10-year note for $10 million. So those are the areas, Madam Speaker, that the member for Khalid, even though he rumbled on for a long time there, those are the points that he refuses to acknowledge, those are the points that he refuses to accept, that this settlement is being done because of whatever happened in 2015, when this loan should have been paid, those funds went elsewhere. And maybe that will never be learned where those funds actually gone. Where did that money actually go? And now the Belizean people are forced to pay even more for a loan that Ashcroft should have paid off when that settlement was done in 2015. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I was hoping that we would not have to go down this road. I think we've had a good day so far. And I was hoping that at the very least the opposition could just say, well, we have to pay Social Security, can't afford not to pay them, and support it without going into the details. Because what the honourable member from Colette has been attempting to do with, I don't know, probably the former Prime Minister given in notes to read out here. The man still not like you, you know. Even you support her, he still not support you. So I don't know why you try rewrite history to try to support him. But Madam Speaker, I'm going to very quickly go through some of the issues that the honourable member from Colette brought up. In 2008, when the new government got in, there were no issues with BTL. There were no issues. When you found out about the accommodation agreement, the leader, the Prime Minister then, a very good attorney, I would never take that away from him, knew that, and I'm here to say this because I don't want to go against my former Prime Minister, that accommodation agreement, when it was signed, when, for instance, there are 2 things that were signed there. One, with PUC saying that the PUC would not have access, right? Now, wait, yes, that's why I'm not hiding it. I am not hiding it, I'm telling you. And also on the issue of taxation, he knew that court and all of that would have been settled then and there. And as to Sir Manuel Esquivel saying that he was a genius in putting the golden share in the hands of the government, well, at that time it was necessary. Do you know why it was necessary? Because there was no Public Utilities Commission. Under the Public Utilities Commission, BTL or SMART or any company, telecommunication company, cannot set rates the way they want. They have to go to the PUC, and then just like with electricity, and then make a case, and then the formula is worked out to set the rates, to set the tariffs. So when that was done back then, and they gave the golden share, there was no Public Utilities Commission, so it was in the interest of Belize to ensure that the government has that golden share to ensure that the Belizean people are not easily fleeced. You change with time. Our government in 1998 came up with the Public Utilities Commission, the PUC, and then the PUC was the regulatory body that then set rates. So it doesn't matter who owns the company because the PUC is going to set the rates. If you would shut up for a moment, man, and listen, and then so that you don't continue to embarrass yourself. So that is the problem, Madam Speaker. I think it's a joke for him to come and say that the BTL was so profitable under the UDP. You all were fleecing the company. Tell me how we fleeced the company. Tell me how. Please, I challenge you. We all know what happened under Anwar Barrow's reign. $100 million was spent for running fiber across this country, and there's no accountability for it. None. In 2 years. $100 million spent. We have had, but when you talk, I listened to you, man. When you were talking, I was listening, man. Madam Speaker, could you please ask the gentleman to shut up for a moment?
Wait. Members, we can use better language than shut up, and we can certainly respect 42B. And the rhetorical questions that go across the aisle are rhetorical. It means you don't answer them. Please. 2B. Say the same, and I can say the same to you. Let's get back on track. The day's been fairly good so far.
That's the problem, Madam Speaker. When the honourable member from Colette was talking, we listened. We never did. I think most of it just zone out and don't listen to what they say. Because I know nonsense we talk about right here. But the point I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker, is that when he embarrasses himself to say that the BTL was losing money, did you realize that? It was your Prime Minister that came to the National Assembly that got a company, it was a British company, to put a value on BTL. And he said that he was not going to pay more than $100 million for BTL. That's what he said. Now ever we said that? And then you know to pay $600 million, man. That is the fact. I don't care what you want come or commercial agreement and all of that, because all of that could have been settled in court. And he would have won the case. But no, he won't go because to show him bigger and better and acquire the whole name. But also, the family members, the royal family, made millions of dollars in law fees. Remember when Miss Lois Young or Barrow back then, $5 million collect for one case, and he lose at the ICJ, in England, the Privy Council. I don't know liars, so please. They fleeced millions of dollars in law cases, and they gone all over the world fighting this case. The same thing when you say, oh, we can't because we don't want to go across the world, but that's what he did. And stretched this out for years and years and years, that he ended up paying, when you total it without interest, $600 million. BTL, my friend, will never, ever be able to pay back that investment that your government did. And any person with a little bit of common sense will tell you, you don't do any kind of investments. And anybody with a little bit of common sense will tell you, well, we have the Public Utilities Commission to protect us from being, as you said, you claim that we're being fleeced. So don't try to rehash history. Don't try to rewrite history. These are the facts. Now, I don't have how much dividends we've collected from Sunshine Holdings. But when you make an investment, you expect to make profits on it. But don't come and tell me, oh, we made profits and we could use that to pay that loan that we made to Social Security. What kind of logic are you using? It is a flawed logic. You know why? Because the government took that money to pay off the Sunshine Holdings shares. They paid it in the settlement. That is why your government came back and tried to take the Ashcroft Alliance to court. Because they said, oops, we overpay, we need the money to go and pay Social Security. That's what happened. You end up all the way to the CCJ. Oh, they always win that, the Supreme Court right here. Because back then, you know how them used to control the judges. They used to win all of them. But then they go to CCJ, and they lose all of the cases. I'm telling you what's the truth. Isn't it the truth? Isn't it the truth? Isn't it the truth that you used to win at the Supreme Court?
No, but we cannot say that control of judges. There is a standing order
okay, I
on
take
that.
back the control of judges.
There's
But
a
the
standing
point, the fact is that they used to win all of the cases at the Supreme Court. And then they lose all of the cases at the Caribbean Court of Justice. Anybody could know what's going on. I don't have to say it. I don't say nothing? I don't say nothing? Anybody?
Members, please, let's continue.
The point of the matter, your government realized that they overpay. Your government realized that, you know what, that millions of dollars that we're supposed to collect for pay Social Security, we're going to overpay. And then try and get it back. And the other people say, you don't pay me, we don't have a settlement, that's it. And you go to the Supreme Court and you win. But you end up to the Caribbean Court of Justice and you lose. The Caribbean Court of Justice say, you don't pay the money, you have an agreement, that's it. So what did the then Prime Minister do for trying to save face? Send a letter secretly. Did you know about the letter? Did you know about the letter? Did you know about the letter in 2017? Did the cabinet agree in 2017 that they are going to, that the authorizing the Prime Minister then to tell his financial secretary to write a letter to Social Security and say, don't worry about that. We, the government of Belize, is going to pay that. It was not a cabinet decision. Quite likely, you did not know. Thirdly, the clandestine, that's a clandestine letter. And thirdly, that letter no worth a dime, worth nothing. Because one, it is illegal what the then Prime Minister did. The then Prime Minister cannot bind the government of Belize with sums of over $5 million without the consent of the National Assembly. So now, we could be reckless and tell Social Security tough. We never write that letter. Go and talk to the former Prime Minister to collect. But we're doing the right thing. Now, listen to this logic. All the dividends that we collected, we could use to pay the shares. Okay? But then, you end up to pay 2 times to the shares. You paid to the Ashcroft Alliance, and now we have to go and now pay Social Security for the same shares that should have been collected from that settlement. And because of that negligence, because of sitting in a hotel room in Miami and Horizon an agreement, 1 year or so before the elections?
1 month?
1 month before the elections, just before the elections, just because he wants to win an election, sign an agreement binding the government and the people of this country for over $600 million without interest, just so he could win an election. Can you imagine? And now, member from Colette, you want to come and defend this man? You could admit that he did wrong. You never had to say anything. Because unfortunately, he still don't like you. The point is that today, the people of this country, the people of Belize, through their hard-earned tax money, are paying $30 million to pay off that loan. But fortunately, in offense, Social Security owed the government some money, so $14 million, and then we are taking the balance. We're getting it from the central bank borrowings through securities from the central bank, where we only have to pay 3%. Presently, we've been paying Social Security 8.5%. At least back then in 2017, the then Prime Minister could at least tell BTL, you know what, interest rates have gone down considerably since back then in 2005 or 2007, but he never cared. So he continued to saddle away with 7.5% interest. This government cares. This government is making sure that we could take care of the taxpayers' money and also the money of the workers. And that is why, because the then Prime Minister took one fight that he knew he couldn't win, and then decided then to pay 2 times for these shares. Now, the government, the people of this country have to pay an extra $30 million, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry that we had to go through all of this when you have the other side trying to rewrite history. But this is something that everybody knows what happened, that this saga of BTL should have never happened under the UDP. Madam Speaker, I urge that all members, even the other side, that to support it because we have to pay the workers their money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of deed of settlement between the Government of Belize and the Social Security Board to settle and to set off certain debt obligations as between them that remain outstanding subsequent to Government of Belize's 2009 and 2011 compulsory acquisition and reacquisition of Sunshine Holdings Limited, as well as the shares owned by Sunshine Holdings Limited in Belize Telecommunications Limited for the BTL Employees Trust, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of deed of settlement between the Government of Belize and the Social Security Board to settle and to set off certain debt obligations as between them that remain outstanding subsequent to GOB's 2009 and 2011 compulsory acquisition and reacquisition Sunshine Holdings Limited, as well as the shares owned by Sunshine Holdings Limited in Belize Telecommunications Limited for the BTL Employees Trust, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
We're now moving on to bills on 5, 6, 7, 8. I've been told they're going to group them together. So I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, again I seek your indulgence to move the second reading of the Income and Business Tax Amendment Bill 2024, the Tax Administration and Procedure Amendment Bill 2024, the General Sales Tax Amendment Bill 2024, and the Stamp Duties Amendment Bill 2024, all together. Madam Speaker, these are the bill for an act to amend the Income and Business Tax Act, Chapter 5 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to exempt certain employed individuals from chargeability to income tax, to remove income tax deductions anomalies, to remove the tax on interest income on time deposits, to apply double tax treaty relief provisions to all treaty countries, not just Commonwealth countries, to encourage UK pensioners to reside in Belize, to regularize withholding of tax on gross contract payments, to incentivize private sector support for sports and educational development in Belize, to make clarifying amendments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. The bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Chapter 51 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to improve tax administration and enhance tax compliance, to enable electronic tax invoicing, to make clarifying amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. The bill for an act to amend the General Sales Tax Act, Chapter 63 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to enable electronic tax invoicing, to make clarifying amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And the bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to exempt certain instruments from stamp duty, to make clarifying amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, when I introduced the bills, I went through a lengthy explanation, and see if anybody have any other questions or concerns that I'll be willing to answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have treated these amendments to the various pieces of tax legislation as we have treated amendments to laws affecting our IBCs. It's a piecemeal approach where we keep trying to carve out certain areas to benefit particular groups. I recall, Madam Speaker, in the Plan Belize manifesto, there was a commitment, Madam Speaker, to modernize the national tax system for good and sufficient reasons, Madam Speaker, to improve the business environment, to improve, Madam Speaker, service delivery to the people, to improve economic outcomes, and to encourage growth and sustainability, Madam Speaker. While no one will quarrel with the fact that the threshold for income tax is being revisited, Madam Speaker, or that there's going to be some relief on stamp duties for those on the lower threshold, the time has come, the time has been past due, Madam Speaker, where we will take a comprehensive look at the national tax system so that it becomes all-encompassing and not this piecemeal approach. Madam Speaker, I urge the member of Orange Walk Central and the Prime Minister of this country, the Minister of Finance, to revisit its commitment in the Plan Belize manifesto, Madam Speaker, where we talk about a holistic and comprehensive approach to tax reform. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, what we're doing is that we've been doing a lot of reforms. Honorable Member from Albert, and maybe when you have the time, maybe we could sit down and I could show all that we've been doing from the financial services, the tax service, the BTS, for instance, the issue of electronic invoicing, that will be able to tie the tax department to the customs department, as to the issue of the reduce or increasing the threshold to 29,000. The goal is to someday be able to get rid of PAYE. But whenever we do that, we have to see where we're going to get the revenues to be able to cover that. And yes, we have to take a phased approach because we can't do everything in one sweep. Why do I say that? Because if we do all of this in one sweep and then reduce the revenues from the government, then where will the revenues come from? We have to find where we could match it from. Right now, just with the income tax, we're reducing over $3 million that we're going to be giving up. We have to find where we get that $3 million because we need that money, and we feel that we know already whereby we'll be coming up the increase in collection from customs and other departments, the growth in the economy, so that as the growth continues, then we can make more adjustments. But what we're doing here is that the very same issue that you all bring up all the time, and the public in general, the issue of cost of living and inflation, things that of where we have no control. We can't bring down the taxes on the goods that are being imported because, well, most of these items don't even pay taxes. So we find different ways on how we can help Belizeans. Income tax is one. Increasing the minimum wage is second. That, in effect, also forced or had to have the other businesses, private sector businesses, having to raise their salaries because now since the minimum wage went to $5, when we are pushing the free education again in phases, because we need to be able to do within our means, where you have almost 4,000 students not paying nothing. Again, that allows that when families have to pay for school fees and tuition and uniforms and that kind of thing, that money stays with the family. When you don't have to pay no tax for your house lot, or land that's less than $30,000, or a mortgage of over $100,000, you know. All of these we're doing from different areas. We're trying to find how we could ease that burden and to be able to put monies into the pockets of our citizens. So a comprehensive tax reform is good and it sounds good and everything, but we could modernize all of this, but still we would not be able to reduce the taxes because we need it to be able to function. And there's the needs are endless in the government. You've been there, I'm sure you know it. Right, right now we have these endless rains for weeks have been raining, so pretty soon I'm sure that the Ministry of Infrastructure Development will have to come to Cabinet and say, well, we'll have to try to fix all of these streets, all of these roads, all of these farm roads and everything. That's just one example. When we had forest fires that we've never had, as far as we could recall, because of climate change, again we had to find money to be able to help the small farmers that lost their crops. So yes, a comprehensive approach is laudable and it's preferable, but we have to recognize that we have to deal with what we have. We're doing a phased approach, but at the same time we're in constant communications and discussion with the IMF and the World Bank and see how we could modernize certain aspects of the tax code and the other areas. So I accept the point that you make, but the reality is that we have to take a phased approach. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the following bills be read a second time. Bill for an Act to amend the Income and Business Tax Act, Chapter 55 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to exempt certain employed individuals from chargeability to income tax, to remove income tax deduction anomalies, to remove the tax on interest income on time deposits, to apply double tax treaty relief provisions to all treaty countries, not just Commonwealth countries, to encourage UK pensioners to reside in Belize, regularize withholding of tax on gross contract payments, and to incentivize private sector support of sports and educational development in Belize, to make clarifying amendments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an Act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Chapter 51 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to improve tax administration and enhance tax compliance, to enable electronic tax invoicing, to make clarifying amendments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an Act to amend the General Sales Tax Act, Chapter 63 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to enable electronic tax invoicing, to make clarifying amendments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And Bill for an Act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to exempt certain instruments from stamp duty, to make clarifying amendments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an Act to amend the Income and Business Tax Act, Chapter 55 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an Act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Chapter 51 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an Act to amend the General Sales Tax Act, Chapter 63 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an Act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Investment, Civil Aviation.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Business Names Act, Chapter 247 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make a certificate of registration valid for 1 year, to make clarifying amendments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. At the previous host meeting, when I introduced the bill, I had already explained this bill. I'll see if anyone has any questions. Thank you very much. I move second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Business Names Act, Chapter 247 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make a certificate of registration valid for 1 year, to make clarified amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an Act to amend the Business Names Act, Chapter 247 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Designated Processing Areas Act, Chapter 280 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to accommodate the continued development of the global digital services sector, to incentivize and further support the agricultural sector, to establish a special border entertainment zone, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, I've already explained the bill, what we are attempting to do.
Honorable members,
I move.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend this Designated Processing Areas Act, Chapter 280 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to accommodate the continued development of the global digital service sector, to incentivize the further support of the agriculture sector, to establish a special border entertainment zone, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, to be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an Act to amend the Designated Processing Areas Act, Chapter 280 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Social Security Act, Chapter 44 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the retroactive appointment of a general manager of the National Health Insurance Scheme and a chair of the National Health Insurance Committee, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Earlier this morning, I already explained what is it that we're attempting to do, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I move to second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill.
I'm sorry, Madam. Madam Speaker, I move for a division on this bill, on the election.
Clerk, we've been asked for a division of the vote, so we'll be so guided.
A division has been called on the Social Security Amendment Bill 2024 Honorable John Briceño,
Yes.
Honorable Cordell Hyde, Honorable Francis Fonseca, Honorable Jose Abelardo May, absent. Honorable Julius Espat, Honorable Rodwell Ferguson Sr., Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia, Honorable Karim Musa, Honorable Florencio Marin Jr., Honorable Oscar Requena, absent. Honorable Orlando Habet, Honorable Anthony Mahler, Honorable Kevin Bernard, Honorable Henry Charles Osher, Honorable Michelle Shebat, Honorable Andre Perez, Honorable Ramon Cervantes, Honorable Ramiro Ramirez, Honorable Oscar Mira, Honorable Marconi Leal, Honorable Gilroy Osher, Honorable Luis Balona, Honorable Jorge Espat, Dr. Honorable Luis Zabani, Honorable Elvia Vega Samos, Dr. Honorable Osmond Martinez, Honorable Moses Barrow, Honorable Ugo Pat, Honorable Dennis Barrow, Honorable Patrick Faber, Honorable Tracy Panton.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Social Security Act, Chapter 44 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. To allow me to finish, please. To allow for the retroactive appointment of a general manager of the National Health Insurance Scheme and a chair of the National Health Insurance Committee, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. The results of the division of the vote are as follows: 22 yes, 2 abstain, 7 absent. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Social Security Act, Chapter 44 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the National Health Insurance Validation Bill 2024. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to validate the acts, decisions, or omissions taken in relation to the implementation of the National Health Insurance Scheme and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, earlier this morning I explained why is it that we're doing this, but just for the benefit of everyone in the room, all we're doing here today is to just legalize everything that was done from way back, and it has happened. Yes, but it happened on both governments, and the Musa government and under the Barrow government. And so now that we are going to introduce the National Health Authority, we need to clarify all of these things and put everything in order so that we can do that introduction. We expect to do it in December. Again, I know we'll have to ask for a division, Madam Speaker, and I urge everyone to support on this. Go ahead.
Recognize the member for Collett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was prepared not to say anything, but I didn't realize that we would have to vote by a division. And it has to concern everybody in terms of our quest for accountability and transparency, that we're approving these actions, so to speak, or whatever transactions occurred back in the past without really knowing what really happened. And I suppose that is why a division is required here. This is serious business. And so, well, you know, I am not going to vote against it. We have serious concerns, and but you can't argue because you don't know what it is we're approving or not approving. So insofar as that argument will be appreciated by the Prime Minister, I will leave it there, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just to allay the concerns of the honourable member from Collett, could you imagine if we were to bring in the House every single decisions that have been made from 2001? And I mean, during your government, you brought here for hundreds of millions of dollars for us to validate. The point is that we have to be realistic. All this is doing, remember, the NHI is being audited every year. Every year they audit NHI. It is audited by Social Security, and now they have their own auditors. And so that everything has been running according to the law. But there was an oversight from both the Musa government and the Barrow government. Now that we are working towards coming on to set up the authority, because all along, initially the idea was NHI to be under Social Security. It never worked. So Social Security was, quote unquote, managing it, but still charging NHI to provide that service. Now that we have expanded the NHI to across the country, and by next year going into the Kaya district, now it is time to be able to set up the authority. But to set up the authority, we have to be able to enter. Then they realized, the attorneys realized that, hold on, there was an oversight where we call chairman or designate I could read them out to you, not just the names that they were reading out the wrong names. And I said, like, for instance, for instance, in period 2008, that there was a general manager was appointed and acted and took decisions and omissions in accordance with the function of the position. But to fix this, the NHI you have to represent the commission for the chairman and also the committee members. So all we're doing is just correcting the names that were the wrong names were included in the change in this. For instance, again, I could go through it again for you to make the point. For instance, in the 2007, when it was set up in 2001, it made for the provision of appointment of a manager. In 2007, the Act was again provided for the substitution of the word Chief Executive Officer for the word for manager through the Act. But while that amendment was changed, the title from manager of the scheme to Chief Executive Officer, in practice the appointment really was for a general manager, not a Chief Executive Officer that they are going. So we're just correcting that. We're just correcting the names that were done. Also, remember, the law came into effect. Well, the law was passed in 2001, but it did not come into effect until 2007. But between 2001 and 2007, NHI was already operating in the south and also in Southside Belize City, because they started it as a pilot project to see how it was going to work. So again, in 2001, the Section 7 of the Social Security Act established the NHI committee, among other members, where there was a manager of the board and manager of the scheme. But in 2007, again, the Act was amended to replace the board with a Chief Executive Officer of the board and to replace the manager. Again, they're just names that we're trying to correct. And I know it's kind of confusing, and even us, we had to go through that, but that's why we pay lawyers a lot of money, I guess. Because when we were working, I'm sorry? Well, all liars, find me one cheap liar who could tell you how much a liar is worth. No, the point I'm making is just a comment. Let's not get excited. The point I'm making is that now that we're working on setting up the NHI authority, they were reviewing the act under the Social Security, and then that is when it came to light that they were confusing the names, and so it had to be corrected to be able to close this and move on to the authority. And that is why today we're asking that we do through the 3 readings. So it's just correcting and oversight of the names, and also as to when the law was passed and when it was enacted, first in 2001 to 2007. Sorry? Sorry, yeah, anyway, if you have any questions, I'm prepared to answer. No?
You yield?
Yeah, good.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Member for Orange Walk Central. While you refer to the, while you refer to names, this is to correct omissions or confusion in how positions were reflected in responsibilities. It also says in clause 3 that everything that had been done, purportedly, right, is deemed to have been lawfully and validly enacted between the period of August 9th of 2021 and August 31st of 2007. That's a lot of no, we don't know for sure what those transactions, what may or may not have been lawfully done, and to have a blanket clause and a blanket approval. Yeah, sorry. So I do have that concern, Prime Minister, that it's not only about the positions held, but what may have happened under those representatives who were purportedly or legally the administrators of the NHI initiative.
You yield, Prime Minister, for one more. Yeah.
We're not fighting, PM, and actually what I said to my leader is that to be honest, the way you present it, and I understand your colleagues on that side support it, I don't know that there's an easier way to do it, but that does not take away the fact that there might be devil in the details that we don't know. And so, you know, I still feel obliged to not vote for it. I mean, sorry, to abstain. Because there might well be devil in the details, which you can't possibly present here today, the entire list of decisions, transactions, omissions, whatever may have been the case. Yeah, but so respectfully we on this side will abstain again, but please, we understand your position, and as far as we are concerned, I'm not sure that there is an easier way that you could have done this.
Again, thank you, Madam Speaker, and again, thanks to both members of the opposition for sharing their concern, and they are valid concerns. But again, to try to ease their concerns, and hopefully that they would support what we're doing here. The actions have already taken place, okay? Social Security have been auditing these statements every year. There are signed audits of the transactions and actions of what has taken place on the NHI. So if you at any time want to go and check for any year, please, you're welcome to. You can go and check. So because we're saying, okay, we were using the wrong terminology or the wrong name, we have to correct that name. But because we're correcting that name, then we're moving all the actions that this name had to this other name has to be attached to that. That is why we're saying all the actions, etc., and omission. That is the legal language that the lawyers come from. It's not that because there's an omission, but because they have to cover everything. Yes, it does not mean there's any omission. These have been audited. There are audited statements every single year, both under the Musa administration, under the Barrow administration, and under our administration. There are audited statements to show that nothing undue has been done. Again, I repeat. Again, I repeat. The reason why we found out about this, Madam Speaker, is because now we're working on the authority, now that we've been covering the entire country. So in December, we're hoping that we can bring in the bill to introduce the National Health Insurance Authority. And it is during that time that it was discovered. I said, oops, hold on. Their names don't look correct, so we have to correct it. And the only way we could do is by a validation bill. And when you do the validation bill, then you need at least a minimum of 2/3 of the House. And that is why we're asking a division, not to try to put your position in a awkward position or anything like that. It's simply because it is required under the Constitution. So I urge you to support us. Nothing nefarious, nothing undue. We're just cleaning up as we close this chapter and move on to the National Health Insurance Authority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an... Allow me to put it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to validate the act's decisions or omissions taken in relation to the implementation of the National Health Insurance Scheme and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. There was a request for division of vote. I ask that we do that now. Clerk, acting clerk.
Division on the National Health Insurance Validation Bill 2024. Honorable John Briceño.
Yes.
Honorable Cordell Hyde.
Aye.
Honorable Francis Fonseca.
Aye.
Honorable Jose Abelardo Mai. Honorable Julius Espat.
Aye.
Honorable Rodwell Ferguson.
Senior.
Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia.
Aye.
Honorable Karim Musa. Honorable Florencio Marin Jr. Honorable Oscar Requena. Honorable Orlando Habet. Honorable Anthony Mahler. Honorable Kevin Bernard. Honorable Henry Charles Usher. Honorable Michelle Shebat.
Yes. Aye.
Honorable Abner Andre Perez. Honorable Ramon Cervantes. Honorable Ramiro Ramirez. Honorable Oscar Mira. Honorable Marconi Leal. Honorable Gilroy Usher. Honorable Luis Balona. Honorable Jorge Espat. Dr. Honorable Luis Dabani. Honorable Elvia Vega Samos. Dr. Honorable Osmond Martinez. Honorable Moses Barrow. Honorable Hugo Pat. Honorable Dennis Barrow. Honorable Patrick Faber. Honorable Tracy Panton.
Results of the division is as follows. Yes, 22, abstain 2, absent 7. So all those in favor?
Bill for an act to validate the acts, decisions, or omissions taken in relation to the implementation of the National Health Insurance Scheme and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, this is the National Institute of Culture and History Bill 2024. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the National Culture and History Act, Chapter 331 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the power of the National Institute of Culture and History, to protect and preserve resources in reserves, to standardize the definition of minister throughout the Act, to provide stricter penalties for offences, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I wish we could. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now move the reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the National Culture and History Act, Chapter 331 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the power of the National Institute of Culture and History to protect and preserve resources in reserves, to standardize the definition of minister throughout the Act, to provide stricter penalties for offense, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the National Culture and History Act, Chapter 331 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, this is the Disaster Preparedness and Response Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act, Chapter 145 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of disaster emergency to include orders made under the Belize Agricultural Health Authority Act in relation to quarantine pests and notifiable pests of potential or substantial national economic importance, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Okay. There's no debate, so I'm going to ask the Honorable Minister to move that bill for its second reading.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act, Chapter 145 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of disaster emergency to include orders made under the Belize Agricultural Health Authority Act in relation to quarantine pests, notifiable pests of potential or substantial national economic importance, or diseases, economic importance, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act, Chapter 145 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 62, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to withdraw the Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital Authority Amendment Bill 2024. If I may add just a short, brief explanation, Madam Speaker. As you are aware, and this Honorable House is aware, on the 18th of October 2024, I rose and presented the first reading of the Carl Hirschner Memorial Hospital Amendment Bill 2024, and the bill was referred to the Health and Human Development Committee. Since that time, Madam Speaker, there have been fruitful and healthy discussions with stakeholders, including members of the Carl Hirschner Memorial Authority Union and the NTUCB. And in consequence of these very fruitful and healthy discussions, leave is now being sought by this Honorable House to withdraw that bill, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is the bill be withdrawn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform and Religious Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act, Act number 28 of 2022, to retroactively extend the term of appointment of commissioners and the term of the establishment of the commission, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the work of the PCC is very important work, and probably one of the biggest undertakings by this administration in the last 4 years. While we understand that there is a need, Madam Speaker, to retroactively extend the term for this commission, it also would be helpful to find out, Madam Speaker, why, but also what are the cost implications, Madam Speaker, for extending this work. We understand that this is not a frivolous undertaking, and we understand as well, Madam Speaker, that it's not a cheap undertaking if we're going to continue to properly engage the people of Belize in this exercise, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Minister. I recognize the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question, member from Albert, and it is a very important question. Indeed, this is an undertaking not seen before in the history of Belize, going back to the people and asking them about their constitution. If you will recall, the commission had 3 objectives. 1 was to educate the Belizean people on the constitution. 2 was to consult with the Belizean people on the constitution. And 3 was to prepare this report on the constitution. Currently, they are in the process of preparing that report. What I know, or what I've heard from our representatives on the PCC, because remember, no government representative is on the PCC. What I've heard is that they're at the stage now of putting together all the raw data, all the raw material coming from these consultations, and now bringing it to be able to put together in a final report. The end of the Commission's term is November the 17th, and they would not have had enough time to complete that report by November the 17th, and they wanted the legal authority, the legal backing to be able to continue so that the report could be finished. And that report, Madam Speaker, is something that we're looking forward to see what the Belizean people were actually saying. Now, in terms of cost implications, the chairman of the PCC has indicated to the Prime Minister and to myself that there will be no additional cost implications for this additional time, but they just wanted the time so that they could do the work. They could then also take back the raw data to the stakeholders that sit around the PCC table so that they can have some final comments coming in before the preparation of the last report. So there will be no new cost implications, and I believe it also lends credence to the work that this is a consultative process. This is the Belizean people participating in this process, and the stakeholders will now have a final opportunity to respond to all the raw data coming in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act, Act number 28 of 2022, 2022 to retroactively extend the term of appointment of commissioners and the term of the establishment of the commission, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act, Act number 28 of 2022. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask visitors in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Government of Belize and Social Security Board Settlement Deed Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate implementation of the terms of the deed of settlement between the Government of Belize and the Social Security Board to settle and to set off certain debt obligations as between them that remain outstanding subsequent to Government of Belize's 2009 and 2011 compulsory acquisition and reacquisition of Sunshine Holdings Limited, as well as the shares owned by Sunshine Holdings Limited in Belize Telecommunications Limited for the BTL Employees Trust, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the Government of Belize and the Social Security Board.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2024 and the Securities Industry Amendment Bill 2024 and passed them without amendments. I now move the third reading of these two bills.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act Number 8 of 2023, to provide for the chairperson of the appeal panel to be the Chief Justice, a judge of the High Court, or attorney at law with the qualifications of a judge of the High Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Securities Industry Act, Act Number 46 of 2021, to provide for appeals of decisions of the Commission to be made to the appeal panel under the Financial Services Commission Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act Number 8 of 2023. Bill for an act to amend the Securities Industry Act, Act Number 46 of 2021.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Income and Business Tax Amendment Bill 2024, the Tax Administration and Procedure Amendment Bill 2024, the General Sales Tax Amendment Bill, and the Stamp Duties Amendment Bill 2024, and pass them without amendments. I now move the third reading of those four bills.
Honorable members, the question is that the following bills be read a third time. Bill for an act to amend the Income and Business Tax Act, Chapter 55 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. To exempt certain employed individuals from chargeability to income tax, to remove income tax deduction anomalies, to remove the tax on interest income on time deposits, to apply double tax treaty relief provisions to all treaty countries, not just Commonwealth countries, to encourage UK pensioners to reside in Belize, to regularize withholding of tax on gross contract payments, to incentivize private sector support of sports and educational development in Belize, to make clarifying amendments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Chapter 51 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to improve tax administration and enhance tax compliance, to enable electronic tax invoicing, to make clarifying amendments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an act to amend the General Sales Tax Act, Chapter 63 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to enable electronic tax invoicing, to make clarifying amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And Bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to exempt certain instruments from stamp duty, to make clarifying amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Income and Business Tax Act, Chapter 55 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Chapter 51 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an act to amend the General Sales Tax, Chapter 63 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition. Bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Business Names Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Business Names Act, Chapter 247 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make a certificate of registration valid for 1 year, to make clarifying amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Business Names Act, Chapter 247 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Designated Processing Areas Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Designated Processing Areas Act, Chapter 280 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to accommodate the continued development of the global digital services sector, to incentivize and further support the aquaculture sector, to establish a special border entertainment zone, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Designated Processing Areas Act, Chapter 280 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Social Security Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Social Security Act, Chapter 44 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the retroactive appointment of a general manager of the National Health Insurance Scheme and the chair of the National Health Insurance Committee, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Social Security Act, Chapter 44 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Health Insurance Validation Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I will move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to validate the acts, decisions, or omissions taken in relation to the implementation of the National Health Insurance Scheme and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to validate the acts, decisions, or omissions taken in relation to the implementation of the NHI scheme and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Institute of Culture and History Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the National Culture and History Act, Chapter 331 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the power of the National Institute of Culture and History to protect and preserve resources in reserves, to standardize the definition of minister throughout the Act, to provide stricter penalties for offense, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an Act to amend the National Culture and History Act, Chapter 331 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
To report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Marriage Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of marriage to 18 years, to remove provisions for consent to marriage of infants to be given by parents or guardians, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an Act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of the Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform, and Religious Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act, Act number 28 of 2022, to retroactively extend the term of appointment of commissioners and the term of the establishment of the commission, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an Act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act, Act number 28 of 2022.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Disaster Preparedness and Response Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act, Chapter 145 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of disaster emergency to include orders made under the Belize Agricultural Health Authority Act in relation to quarantine pests, notifiable pests or disease of potential or substantial national economic importance, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an Act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act, Chapter 145 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, before I move, again, I need to congratulate you as being elected, the newly elected chairman or chairperson of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Small Branches Network, that you were just elected, so congratulations. I know that I have every confidence that you will make us proud. And just for the record, this is where the most votes are, so you have to do a lot of campaigning in trying to get the support for these small countries, because the big ones are India, Canada, and Australia. So congrats, we're very, very proud of you, Madam Speaker. That said, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to associate my words with that of the Honorable Prime Minister, member for Orange Walk Central on congratulating you as the new chairperson for the small branches of the CPA. I understand, Prime Minister, we almost had a clean sweep for the region at the recent meetings in Australia. No. Commonwealth, it was a Commonwealth. Before I get into the matter of national concern, Madam Speaker, I'd like to preface my remarks by saying that I have always enjoyed a very productive relationship with the Ministry of Health, Madam Speaker, with the member here from Orange Walk East, and with the Chief Executive Officer in the Ministry of Health, Mr. Sabido. And whenever I call on either the Minister of Health or his CEO, they have always been quick to respond, Madam Speaker, in trying to find a solution to the challenges we're facing with patients who come from the Albert constituency. But, Madam Speaker, there is a matter of national concern that I feel compelled to raise in the House, Madam Speaker, and it has to do, Madam Speaker, with your birthright, Madam Speaker, and the ability of young parents to be able to register their newborns at the time of birth. Madam Speaker, it is a repeated problem that we face in Albert and in many other constituencies I'm aware of in Belize City. What happens, Madam Speaker, is that at the KHMH, while the law is very clear, Madam Speaker, that you cannot refuse a child the opportunity to be registered, what happens in practice, Madam Speaker, is that the parents are not given the appropriate paperwork, Madam Speaker, unless the parents either pay the bill in full or two, pay half of the bill and then sign a payment plan for the other half. While I am not advocating, Madam Speaker, for the hospital services and not that those bills be left unpaid, they must be paid, Madam Speaker, so we can offer services to other citizens. But it has become a real problem. We find that because babies can't be registered, they are not able to get their Social Security cards. And it is required, Madam Speaker, a Social Security number is required for all sorts of things. It's your national ID number in effect. It's required for clinic services at NHI, Madam Speaker. Babies can use their mother's Social Security ID number for a period of 3 months, but after that, they must present their own Social Security ID number or they are refused services. At least that has been our experience in Albert. There's also a new provision in an effort to streamline the assistance of government services, particularly with education, where you're submitting an application for school assistance, that the child must present its invoice and a Social Security number so that those requests can be facilitated. So those are the two pressing examples that come to mind, Madam Speaker. And while at every opportunity, when I've had to call the Ministry of Health for assistance, I have been assisted, Madam Speaker. It really ought to be fixed, either via public awareness campaigns, either training of the staff at the KHMH and other public health facilities as to what the law says what the law requires, but we cannot continue to have babies in this country who are not registered because a parent has been unable to meet the hospital bill in full. So, Madam Speaker, I know this is a continuous conversation I've been having with the Ministry of Health, and the CEO in particular has always referred me to someone who can help me sort it out at the KHMH. But if I'm having the amount of cases that come to me, Madam Speaker, that I have to table to the Ministry of Health, I can imagine what happens in other constituencies, Madam Speaker. In fact, I've had other constituency members coming to me saying, I hear you're able to help, so can you call the ministry for me so I can get my baby formally registered? Your birthright is important. It is a fundamental right that all Belizeans ought to enjoy, and I am asking the Ministry of Health for its intervention on a more permanent basis for this issue to be rectified. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just briefly want to thank the member for her concerns. And while there may have been similar concerns, I know that the Board of Governors at the Carl Hirschner Memorial Hospital, including the ministry hospitals across the country, has a policy that we are not to refuse anyone documentation, whether or not they owe any facility. And I know that in speaking to the CEO, she has also informed us that that policy has been sent down to her team at the facility. But I will follow up the issue if it is still persisting, and to ensure that we put correction to that matter. But definitely, it's something that ought not to happen. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Collett.
Madam Speaker, I'll be very quick. I rise to share a matter of national concern that, to me, is evident, Madam Speaker. It makes us a bit impotent in terms of dealing with the issues that come to this Honorable House. Our friend, the Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker, up and left this Honorable House much earlier today without so much as a nod to say to other members. In fact, we have heard him say that we have seen him campaign to try to get us removed from this House. But I want to put it on the record that he has effectively abandoned the lead opposition role in this House today. A simple courtesy to say to the leader of the party, you know, I am leaving. You know, can you deputize for me as the lead person on the opposition side? Would have been sufficient for us to function. We had a slew of bills passed today, Madam Speaker, and not a single member of the opposition represented us on the committees that met to deal with these bills today. And we have two capable members of the opposition sitting right here. This is a travesty. And while it pains me to speak and to further, if you will, the kind of internal struggles of our party and make it public, it has to be said that this is nonsense. And it affects our democracy. And so, while he's not here, I make an appeal to him and to others, Madam Speaker, who support him in his nonsense, to let us fix this. If you are professional, you are the leader of the opposition. We have not had a caucus. If we had come in here, Madam Speaker, and voted against one of these bills, he would have led a campaign to say that we crossed the floor because we don't know what the position. There might well be this kind of internal fighting in the party, but you do your job professionally as the leader of the opposition and the caucus that you control. Let us at least know what the position is. And I say that because the next House meeting, we might well be on a different page, and I don't want to be held responsible for holding a position that I know absolutely nothing about. So it puts us in a quandary every time. But larger than that, Madam Speaker, it deprives the nation of the full participation of the members, the other members of the opposition on this side. And so I raise that for all Belizeans to be sensitized that it is happening. And I raise it hoping, Madam Speaker, that he will come to his senses and do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I think we're on uncharted territory because the standing orders do require a minister responsible for the area of importance to respond.
I will be very short, Madam Speaker. It's just parliamentary point respond. I've talked a lot, but I can feel the pain of the two members on the other side, that you're left rudderless, and that you don't meet, as you say, to cut for a caucus. We pointed out to the honorable member of the opposition at the last House meeting. Actually, I pleaded to him to make his changes about just putting himself and the honorable member from Corazon North in all the committees. Then he comes here, knowing that there are going to be House committee meetings, and he still picks up himself and leaves. Obviously, it does not show that kind of maturity. Maybe he had an emergency, but he could have informed us, and then we could understand that. And then could have then, to the Speaker, yes, could have said it, and also say, well, I would ask the other two members to deputize for us, but he just left. So I guess, man, you all need to really try to see who could fix this, because it's not good anymore. I mean, it used to be funny, but not anymore. No, it's not anymore. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I move adjourn.
Members, before I put the question to adjourn, I feel obliged to inform members that my presiding over the meetings of this House for the remainder of the parliamentary session may be affected in the coming weeks due to my recent diagnosis of breast cancer. Now, while I fully intend to discharge my duties, I hope you can understand that I may have to be absent as I undergo treatment. So it goes. So, thank you for your understanding. And with that, I put the question. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.